us down, keep us down.
The world awaits the first ever Ultimate Championship.
Let's go, baby!
And a home crowd roaring them on.
The world's best athletes brought together to settle the debate once and for all.
At the Ultimate Championship, there's no room for mistakes.
To be Ultimate Champion, that sounds pretty good to me.
This is the greatest we have ever seen.
Call yourself a world champion, prove that you're the ultimate.
A brand new must-see championship.
There can only be one Ultimate Champion.
What on earth is going on in
And
Budapest?
the whole world is watching.
See you in Budapest.
Don't miss it.
Just like that, a star is born.
Ain't nobody gonna keep us down, keep us down.
The world awaits
We
the
know
first
how
ever
to
Ultimate
fly.
Championship.
Let's go, baby!
And a home crowd roaring them on.
The world's best athletes brought together to settle the debate once and for all.
At the Ultimate Championship, there's no room for mistakes.
To be Ultimate Champion, that sounds pretty good to me.
This is the greatest we have ever seen.
Call yourself a world champion, prove that you're the ultimate.
A brand new must-see championship.
There can only be one Ultimate Champion.
What on earth is going on in
And
Budapest?
the whole world is watching.
See you in Budapest.
Don't miss it.
Just like that, a star is born.
Ain't nobody gonna keep us down, keep us down.
The world awaits
We
the
know
first
how
ever
to
Ultimate
fly.
Championship.
Let's go, baby!
And a home crowd roaring them on.
The world's best athletes brought together to settle the debate once and for all.
At the Ultimate Championship, there's no room for mistakes.
To be Ultimate Champion, that sounds pretty good to me.
This is the greatest we have ever seen.
Call yourself a world champion, prove that you're the ultimate.
A brand new must-see championship.
There can only be one Ultimate Champion.
What on earth is going on in
And
Budapest?
the whole world is watching.
See you in Budapest.
Don't miss it.
Just like that, a star is born.
Ain't nobody gonna keep us down, keep us down.
The world awaits
We
the
know
first
how
ever
to
Ultimate
fly.
Championship.
Let's go, baby!
And a home crowd roaring them on.
The world's best athletes brought together to settle the debate once and for all.
At the Ultimate Championship, there's no room for mistakes.
To be Ultimate Champion, that sounds pretty good to me.
This is the greatest we have ever seen.
Call yourself a world champion, prove that you're the ultimate.
A brand new must-see championship.
There can only be one Ultimate Champion.
What on earth is going on in
And
Budapest?
the whole world is watching.
See you in Budapest.
Don't miss it.
Just like that, a star is born.
Ain't nobody gonna keep us down, keep us down.
The world awaits
Under the blazing Darwin sun, history was written. Records fell, champions emerged, and day 2 of the 2026 Oceania Championships delivered moments that will echo across the region for years to come. New Zealand sprint star Zoe Hobbs powered her way to the Oceania women's 100-metre crown in emphatic fashion, while Australia's Aidan Murphy produced one of the greatest runs in Oceania history, a breathtaking 44.44 over 400 metres, making him the second fastest Oceania man of all time. The records continued to tumble as Lex Revel Lewis shattered the New Zealand 400-metre record, while Isaac Oppenheimer rewrote the Nauru record books in the 1500 metres. Simeon Jacob also etched his name into history with a new Federated States of Micronesia 1500 metre record. In the field, Cook Islands teenager Leon Caffery announced himself on the international stage with a record-breaking under-18 discus throw on debut. And the para-athletes once again delivered unforgettable moments with 2 Oceania records now awaiting ratification. New Zealand's Mitchell Joint in the T60 400 metres and Australia's Indigo Prebble in the F57 javelin. Now, as another huge session of athletics gets underway, the spotlight turns once again to the Arafura Stadium here in Darwin, where the atmosphere is building, and the next chapter of these championships is ready to unfold. A very good afternoon, everybody, and wherever you are joining us across Oceania and around the world, welcome. My name's Lindsay Gunn, and it's an absolute privilege to bring you the very best athletes from across our region as they chase records, medals, and championship glory here at the 2026 Oceania Championships. If the opening days are anything to go by, we are set for another extraordinary session of world-class competition. Of course, the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics event to life here in Darwin. Their support is helping welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition in the top end. And of course, I'm here just on my own today. A big thank you to Matt Mahon, who has been with us for the last 2 days. We're going to be rotating a few of those voices throughout the course of the week, just so that we can get a few fresh faces coming through, sharing some of the great results here in our Oceania region. Now, we'll give you a bit of an update of what we've got coming up in store for you this afternoon. So we're going to be crossing to the men's ambient shot put very shortly. We've got a really deep field here in the para field. So that'll be the first of our field events that we'll be crossing through. We've also got a very deep women's hammer throw, which will be one of the showpieces of this afternoon, and probably one of those field events that we don't get to see a lot of. So looking forward to bringing you the women's hammer throw. We've got the women's ambient shot put, men's high jump. Now this looks to be a really impressive field as well. We've got 3 good quality athletes. Of course, Brandon Stark, big name in the high jump world. We've also got one of the new up-and-comers there in Anastasios from Victoria and Australia, and Yul Reith also from Australia. And the men's discus will be rounding out our afternoon session here in the field. While in the way of the track, we saw some magnificent results yesterday, and we look forward to seeing some even more impressive results a little bit later on this afternoon. So we've got the 100-metre finals in the hurdles in the under 18 men's and women's, and then we're going to be starting to see the first of our 800 metres this afternoon in 2 of the preliminaries with some 400-metre para events, and then we've got some steeplechase and some 200s with the big men's 100-metre final that will be towards the back end of today's competition. So looking forward to seeing who will take out the crown of the fastest man. Of course, we saw who the fastest woman was yesterday with Zoe Hobbs from New Zealand taking out that unbelievable result. Now, we're just getting some pictures here of what it looks like here in Darwin, and it's absolutely beautiful in terms of the weather, but you can just see the flag on the left-hand side. The breeze has certainly picked up over the last couple of days, and today is certainly the windiest of the 3 days. And we're just getting some footage there of the Athletes Village few of those just keeping out of the sun. There's a few flags there you can see. The wind has certainly picked up, so top temperatures today is around 31 degrees. We're already there now. Doubt it will drop too much more over the next few hours, but it's certainly going to be a impressive day, that's for sure. Humidity levels are quite low here compared to the last couple of days. We're still sitting around 50%, but we've been as high as 70 over the last couple of days. So we're heading to the first of our events for this afternoon, the men's para shot put, and we're just in our warm-up stages for this afternoon. So 14 in this field, big array of different countries competing. So competition not quite started yet. So we've got our starters almost about ready to go here in the shot put. We've got quite a lot of state and national record holders competing this afternoon. So nice to bring the throws a bit of spotlight, particularly inclusion of the para competition into the Oceania Championships. So we're just about to get underway in the shot put. Let's have a look and see who we've got lined up for us. So we've got a couple of Fijians there. Philemon Belanayu from Fiji. Sidavini Natasi also from Fiji. Zach Harding from Australia. Mark Everett also from Australia. Josh Chisholm from New Zealand. Sifu Rakisa from Fiji. Ori Drabkin from Australia. Jack Adams from New Zealand. Malachi Canning from regional Australia. Benjamin Kalanyuk from Australia. Daniel Ganambar from regional Australia. And continuing on, Sam Peck from Australia. Lee O'Halloran from Australia. And Livu Livisakopa from Vanuatu. So the cone is there and they're just about to get underway in the first of our field events for this afternoon session. And for those of you who have been watching on the live stream for the last couple of days, first of all, massive thank you. We've been hitting over 30,000 viewers across each of those 2 days, of course all at the same time, but it's just been wonderful to be able to bring you some of these pictures, and this is one of the great pictures that we get to see, some of the unique features. Of course, Darwin up here in the top end, very famous for their crocodiles, and a lot of the athletes got up close with a few of the animals that are known up here in the top end. We've had a snake up here, and we've also had a crocodile today and yesterday. We had a snake yesterday, and a few of the athletes were a little stunned. I believe it was a python, so not the most dangerous of snakes that we can get up here. But yeah, this is one of the unique characteristics about being up here, having the crocodile. Not sure if many of today's generation would know Crocodile Dundee. Probably not. I think the 30th anniversary, pretty close. So we're not too far away to get underway. Looks like the cone has gone and we're about to get underway with our first thrower for this afternoon, the Fijian, Balanayu. Red flag looks as if it's gone up. So we're going to be sticking with this for a little while. Balanayu, and a number of these Fijians are coached by Fred Atiaki, who was the first Fijian and Pacific Islander to win a gold medal as a coach, the Paralympics in 2012. So he's a big name in the coaching world in Fiji. And Kanatasi with his first attempt in the para shot put. A lot of these athletes are jack of all traders. They've been in multiple events. Zach Harding is one of those. Competed in the 100, the 200, the javelin, and the long jump already in this competition. So this is his last event that we will be seeing Zach competing. First place in the javelin a couple of days ago, and I'm not entirely sure if he's enthusiastic about that result. So we're back here at the para shot put here, the 2026 Oceania Athletics. New Zealander, Josh Chisholm, for his first throw of the afternoon. We're just waiting on first of the results come through. So we saw Everett with a 12.74 just before. Konatasi with 11.16. 4.37 for Chisholm. Another one of those Fijians that we've been talking about. A big field of rowers. Pretty prestigious coach as well. Makisa. It's hard to tell whether they're happy or not so happy with their first lot of throws. Of course, they get plenty of opportunities to come, so here's Drabkin. Won 2 silver medals for Australia in the 2023 Commonwealth Youth Games. He's actually performed very well in the 100 and the long jump previously, only here competing in the shot put, and of course the 1 and the 2 he's already completed. So this is his final event. So Drabkin just finished off. We got Adams. 5th in the javelin. And his second event for the competition. Good start from him. He's quite a seasoned campaigner, also big javelin and discus thrower. Many medals in the New Zealand Track and Field Championships over the last few years. Has claimed previous gold medals in the men's para shot put. And set New Zealand record, so good to have him here. Canning from regional Australia. Of course, there's 2 Australian teams competing in these championships. We've got the Australian team and the regional Australian team, all based Northern Queensland, Northern Territory, Northern Western Australia. In this case, from the Lismore region is Canning. Benjamin Kalanyuk. From the ACT. Now he's had a very, very busy schedule. He's competed in the 100 and the 200 and the long jump. Out first place in the 200. Also first place in the long jump. Daniel Gannonbar, we've certainly mentioned his name a few times over the last couple of days. He's had also a very busy schedule. Won the 2, the 4 and the jav. So his final event, and then he can have a bit of a break. Pake. Competed many times in the South Australian Championships. He looked pretty happy with that one, which is, some of them haven't been so thrilled, but he had a slight smile on his face there, so way to get the campaign off and running. Got a Halloran from Australia lining up for first throw of the competition. Mighty effort from him. White flag has gone up. Wait for results to come through. Usik Poe from Vanuatu. Definitely one of the best looking outfits in this para shot put. Competing from Vanuatu in this competition. In fact, 838 athletes from across 20 nations and 3 federations are joining us here for this competition. Fijian lining up for their second attempts now. Darcy from Fiji as well. $11.16 was the first attempt. Being Zach Harding. Second attempt. $7.31 was his first. Everett from New South Wales. Standout performer in recent years. Secured many gold medals in the para discus and the shot put, as well as silver in javelin at many junior meets. Sixth in the javelin a couple of days ago. 17 years of age. A lot of these athletes, competition is the first time that they've been able to put on their team colours. Here's Josh Chisholm. $4.37 was first attempt. For the result. So we're up to Rakisa from Fiji. And the red flag has gone up on this occasion. That one's a foul. Mentioned before that the wind has certainly picked up a little bit here today compared to the last couple of days. The cloud cover as well, but it's still quite bitey out in the sun. Good effort there from Grabkin. Hopefully to improve on his first throw. $5.31 for Drabkin. So the New Zealander, Adams. $11.60 was first throw, very close to a personal best. That's a mighty effort. We're getting some good pictures here of the men's para shot put final. Those who are joining us for the very first time. Array of different countries competing in this event. We've got Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, regional Australia, you can see on the screen, Vanuatu. This final. Canning. Get a result on the board. Like that one's also gone out wide. One unfortunately, is also a foul. I mentioned before, he's from the Lismore region in New South Wales. Very versatile competitor. Multiple state and national records. Kalynup. Silver in the 200 and bronze in the long jump in the Para Athletics Australian Championships. So he's had a pretty good recent campaign. And we've got Ganambar. .754 was his first attempt. The big campaign for him, he had the 100 preliminaries, the 200 preliminaries, 400 preliminaries. Got the little Q in that one and 8th in the javelin. So the Australian, second attempt. First one was a foul, so let's see if the second one gets on the board. Yeah. Look, there's a bit of a smile and a bit of a chin wag with some fellow competitor, O'Hanlon. And he's got one on the board there, 9.52 for Sam Paig. Theo Halloran. Second attempt. Like that's landed well. One of the further distance throwers so far. Of course, they're all in different categories. Here we go, get another view. Stability with the foot there. So foul for the athlete from Vanuatu. Which rounds out the second attempts in the men's shot put. Now we're up to our third attempts here. That's close to a pretty good improvement. So his first attempt was a foul, then dropped to 7.65. I reckon he's going to get close to another improved distance here. Good release there from the hand. And nice and direct as well. So 8.01, that is an improvement for him, which is great. Fantastic. We're in our third attempts. So here's Harding from Australia. His third attempt. 7.90, his best one. This is going to be very close. See the 8 metre mark. Again, we've seen him plenty of times over the last couple of days. His final event. 787. So really, really close to his previous result. Everett lining up for his third. From New South Wales, white flag has gone up. $12.38 for Everett. He was sixth in the javelin, 31.11, 53.74%. The previous result. We've now got Chisholm from New Zealand. For his third attempt. All those results to come through. Kisa from Fiji. Foul with the previous result. 968 was his first. Fourth in the javelin a couple of days ago. 62.7%. What can he do? And that one's gone out. That one is the foul. Couple of consecutive fouls for the Fijian. Drabkin. So Drabkin for his third throw. The best result. His third event for the championships, had the 100 and the 200, and finishing up with the shot put. So 562 for Drabkin. So the first attempt was still the better of the three. Jack Adams. So 1160 was his first attempt and was his best result. Set New Zealand records in the Men's Para Open F46 category. 7.24% in fifth place in the javelin a couple of days ago. So 11.02, so that's another throw greater than 11 metres for Jack Adams. And now we've got Malachi Canning from regional Australia. Let's just hope we can get a result on the board here. First two were fouls. So we're going to be conscious to see if we can get one. How good are those socks? Great representation there. So 843 for Canning. So that's a really good result for him to get something on the board. Second in the javelin. Palahniuk, 2 throws above 6 metres. Waiting for come through. 579 for the Australian. Ganambar. The white flag has gone up. No, the red flag's gone up. So another foul for Ganambar. close to the front of that ledge. Movement, lucky to not hurt himself. So, Pate. Australian, look at him just tuck that shot put in the air like it really didn't mean much. It's still quite heavy. 52 was the first attempt. And a foul. So we'll be keen to improve on that. Had a lot of really consistent throws between the 9.5 and the 10.8 range last couple of seasons. At 10.02, so a good progression for him. So Halloran. For the third attempt, that's also, I reckon that's an improvement as well from his second attempt. See where this lands. Really strong execution. That's the Australian that's just thrown, and 14.25. Livu from Vanuatu. 5.58 and a foul. Wait for the result to come through here. Pretty quick competition so far. Now, we've mentioned before with a lot of the para events that not necessarily the first who throws the furthest or runs the fastest that wins. The points calculation gets completed afterwards, and then we get our final results. That's a really good indicator of what the wind's doing at this stage. As we're just going to move from the para men's shot put, we're going to move to the under 18 women's 100-metre hurdles. Good mix here of Australians, New Zealanders, one from regional Australia and French Polynesia. So competing to their warm-up. So current meet record here was run in 2024. Amin Lampret from Australia with a 13.62. Amedzovsky in 2023 has the Oceania record of 13.02. This is the under 18s. So taking a look at our field. And got a few quick results here. Got a mixture of a few seeded times greater than 15, and a few in the 14s as well. Jemima Hood, 6 is certainly one to keep an eye on. There's been some good improvements and a good season for her, so she comes in with that seeded result of 14.32. Brugan from Australia in lane 3 with a 14.49, so there'll be quite one there with Aisha Shave as well with 14.45. So between those three, 1.2 between them. So not much between those Australians. Garbett from French Polynesia, right on that 15. To the start list for the under 18 women's 100-metre hurdles. In lane 1, from New Zealand, Jessica Lathwood. In lane 2, from New Zealand, Emka Jubert. In lane 3, from Australia, Leah Lembrugen. In lane 4, from New Zealand, Jordan Biljoen. In lane 5, from Australia, Aisha Shave. In lane 6, from Australia, Jemima Hood. In lane 7, from French Polynesia, Kyra Garbett. And in lane 8, from regional Australia, Caitlin Butland. That's the start list for the under 18 women's 100 metre hurdles. So, got 4 under 15. Hood, Shave, Brugan. Biljoen there from New Zealand. Be a pretty tight contest here in those middle lanes. Garbett from French Polynesia on the outer side as well, right on the 15, so we'd love to see her get under that 15 mark. So we're underway in the women's under 18 Shave with a really nice start here. Looks like she's got a couple of lengths in front. Moving alongside there, we've got Lembrugen as well, but Shave is still there and is putting in a mighty kick, but on the inner side, we've got Lembrugen. Shave, I reckon, has done it. A really nice start there, just to get a couple of lengths away early and then managed to hold on to that lead for the entire way. And Aisha Shave, 13.94. Jemima Hood there, 14.07, and Leah Lembrugen from Australia, 14.07. So nothing between those two in second and third, and Biljoen there from New Zealand, 14.79, as we mentioned before. But what a really, really impressive start. You don't get a lot of time to catch up in these 100 metres, and Shave got off to the best start. And you can just see in the early stages, just got a couple of lengths early. And although Lembrugen put on a pretty good performance towards the back end, and then you can see that Hood was there for quite a while, then that dip really did some wonders there for Shave. So very, very impressive start to get underway in our track performances for this afternoon. Get the cobwebs out the way as well. You can see the flag in the background there starting to pick up a little bit. The first day we didn't really get much wind at all, and all of a sudden now we've got a fair bit coming through as we're just watching all of our officials and volunteers adjust the height. So the under 18 women's had a height of 0.76 metres. Next is the men's 110, which has a height of 0.914. So that's the adjustment that needs to be made across all the hurdle heights. And of course the women's ran 100 and the men's ran 110. So they also have to adjust the location of the hurdles before we can get ourselves underway. So these hurdlists had their heats a little earlier this morning. And of course running again this afternoon, so not much time in between. This is the under 18. So 6 have made the field in this one. Just keeping an eye on plenty of officials and volunteers that need to come out and help on this occasion. Now, for those of you who are in Darwin right now, it's free entry to come to this event. So if you are the Darwin area, I would be probably trying to find a way to break out of work early and come on down and check out some of the competition that we've got in store now and a little bit later on this afternoon, because it's a pretty hot contest. So next on the schedule, the under 18 110 metre hurdles. And 6 on the start list for this one this afternoon. Of course, the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics event to life here in Darwin. Their support is helping welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition in the top end. We're about to see some real world-class under-18 hurdle performances. They're getting themselves onto the blocks and getting into an ideal position. So we've got 3 from Australia in the green, 2 from New Zealand and 1 from regional Australia competing in this final. Like that the soccer's just dropped a little bit in terms of the wind as we see our start list. So very, very tight contest. Thomas Purcell came in with the fastest seeded time. Ken Ferrante Tanakawa, certainly a massive previous successful performer in the 110 metre hurdles for his age group as well, from South Australia. Cameron Badger also running a 14.56 in that previous run. He was in the same heat as Purcell, so second heat was certainly the quickest, while Matthew Reid from regional Australia was in that first heat. So Purcell winning the second heat and Tanakawa was in the first. The start list for the under-18 men's 110 metre hurdles. In lane 2, representing New Zealand, Connor Brady. In lane 3, representing regional Australia, Matthew Reid. In lane 4, representing Australia, Thomas Purcell. In lane 5, representing Australia, Ken Ferrante Tanakawa. In lane 6, representing Australia, Cameron Badger. And in lane 7, representing New Zealand, it's Daquan Sue. That's the start list for the under-18 men's 110 metre hurdles. So here we go. 2 middle lanes here, Purcell and Tanakawa. The 2 to keep an eye on. Pretty keen to see how Matthew Reid runs from regional Australia as well in the red singlet. 2 Kiwis on the outside. They're used to training and running against each other. And they're on opposite sides here in this final. So a very clean start here from our middle athletes. Tanakawa with a very narrow lead there. Purcell's just getting over the top. Purcell and Tanakawa. This is going to be very, very tight. I reckon they're neck for neck here. Tanakawa has got a lead here. I reckon he's going to take it. A very, very strong finish there. I tell you what, that is about clean hurdle clearancing. And Tanakawa from South Australia in Australia has taken out the under 18 men's 110 metre hurdles, 13.74. Purcell with a flat 14 and Badger with 14.27. So the three Australians, 1, 2 and 3 in a very, very impressive run there from Tanakawa. And I guess the thing with hurdles, it's about not only do you run quick, but it's also how clean you can get over. And I reckon they're pretty much neck for neck, as you can see here. And then it's just that one clip of the hurdle that just throws the spanner out for Purcell, and Tanakawa with just really clean execution. And absolutely an amazing finish for him. And that is a very, very impressive run from all of our runners for this afternoon. You can just see those flags there. The wind has certainly picked up a fair bit. Mentioned that a few times, but certainly over the last few moments, it's certainly lifted ever so more. So cracking result there in the 100 and 100 hurdles. Aisha Shave with a 13.94, who has taken out the women's 100 metre under 18 hurdles. And Ken Ferrante Tanakawa from Australia taking out the men's under 18 110 metre hurdles. So not too far away from the next of our events. So we've got a couple that are about to get underway. We've got the 100 under 18 men's 200s. We're starting in around 10 minutes time. And in the field, we still have the ambient shot put, so they're in their 5th attempts. We're also not going to be too far away from the start of our senior women's hammer throw, so we'll be very keen to bring you the coverage of the women's hammer throw. So don't go too far away, because we're going to come back with plenty of action here at the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships, live from the Arafura Stadium here in Darwin. Welcome back to day 3 of the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships live from the Arafura Stadium here, the top end of Darwin in Australia, and we're just coming back to the men's para shot put. We've just completed 2 pretty impressive performances in the hurdles. The women's 100, won by Aisha Shave from Australia with a 13.94. Under 18 men's 110, Ken Ferrante Tanakawa taking out that result. Mighty run from him. A tight contest between the 3 Australians. 13.74 for Tanakawa, Purcell and Badger 14 and 14.27. But you can see on our screen, we're back here with the para shot put. Getting some great footage here of some of great performances so far. Van Paek, again, some really consistent throws in that mid-9s and the mid-10s. Go Halloran. Three really consistent performances in that mid-14. Now we've had 2 fouls for Lee. Vanuatu. Tavusa Karpo. Couple of fouls and a couple of mid-5s. White flag has gone up for him, so eagerly await for that result to come through. Coming up, the rest of the program here in the field. We're not too far away from the open women's hammer throw, but we're going to stick with the para shot put for their last throws. The Fijian, Valanayu. The white flag has gone up there, so we'll be seeing him a little bit later in the program. He's got the discus coming up on Friday. You quite often see a lot of these throwers double up. Konatasi, really consistent when he can land the result, and then there's a few fouls there as well, so waiting on this result to come through to conclude. These are their 6th and final throws, and that was a foul as well. And we'll see him on Friday in the discus. So Zach Harding. So he ran the 100, ran the 200, first in the javelin, 4th in the long jump, and now has just completed his final throw, and that will end his competition up here in Darwin. Look at that for consistency, pretty much in the mid to high 7s for Zach Harding. Of course, he represented Australia, the para team at the Oceania Cup in Tonga, claiming 8 gold in recent times. Mark Everett. We've certainly talked about him a fair bit over the time, and another one with some really consistent results. I reckon this is going to get pretty close to that 13 mark for Everett. White flag has gone up. So we're just waiting on that to come through. 6th in the javelin, and we'll also see him on Friday in the discus. And 13.06, so he's clipped over that 13 mark to finish his campaign in the shot put. Here's Chisholm. And really good, probably the most consistent of all of them so far. If you look at how tight those results are. His only event of this competition was the shot put, so his final throw. And he'll end his campaign. So 455 for him. So again, in a really consistent range. Very, very well done. Rakisa from Fiji. So 4th in the javelin, and this is his final throw of these Oceania champs for Rakisa. '23 World Para Athletics Championship participant, 8th in the men's shot put. And 9.51 for him. So Rakisa's had a really good campaign here with some good distances. Drabkin for his final attempt. So he ran the 100, ran the 200. Now he's the final stages of the shot put. Certainly more suited to the 100 and a good result in the long jump, and now dabbling in the throws as well. So 5.95 for Drabkin. So Jack Adams from New Zealand. Only a gold next to his name in the para shot put in New Zealand. Their championships. And you'll definitely be seeing him on Friday as well in the discus. Fifth in the javelin. So 10.66. As we're rounding out for our final of our competitors in this para shot put competition. Canning from regional Australia. Very versatile competitor, holding multiple state and national records across various track and field disciplines. Javelin is in fact his favourite. So that's a foul as well. That ends the campaign. So we're going to move our way to the 200 metres. Just in our final preparations for this race. So we've got 2 heats coming up this afternoon in the under 18 men's 200 metres. Good array of countries and federations competing this afternoon. Magalay's there from Australia in lane 4 with the fastest seeding times. Of course, we saw Dylan Rooming So the start list for the under 18 men's 200 metres. In lane 2 from French Polynesia, it's Melbourne Chella. In lane 3 from New Zealand, it's Riley Thomas. In lane 5 from Fiji, it's Jalaim Tugaturaga. In lane 6 from Australia, it's Dylan Rumming. And in lane 7 from Norfolk Island, it's Kingston Menzies. That's the start list for the under 18 men's 200 metres. So we've got a late withdrawal there. It was our fastest seeder. We've seen Rumming previously, ran the 400 yesterday with a new meet record. And his job here today will be to just get through unscathed. Keep an eye on green. Keep an eye on Menzies. So we're going to get a call back with a few rattled athletes here. So we had a couple of late withdrawals in lane 4 and lane 8 from Australia and regional Australia. So Chella from French Polynesia, Thomas from New Zealand, Tugaturaga from Fiji, Rooming from Australia, and Menzies from Norfolk Island. So just talking to the Fijian athlete, it looked like that didn't quite hear the set. So with a lot of the sprinters, a lot of the challenge can be whether they can hear the official with the set, and if they're not in that set position, they can't carry through. So all clear, no issues there. Have to get underway. Much cleaner start here for our 5 athletes, and Rooming on that middle part of the outside, absolutely flying. Just needs to do what he needs to do to make it through to the final. He has a bit of a look to the side to make sure. Of course, he just needs to make sure that he comes through in that top position, and look at him jog through. Australia, Fiji will be our top 2. Norfolk Island in Menzies there in 3. So he really pulled things back a little bit just because the job there is to make it through. So 22.90 for Rooming. Tugaturaga from Fiji in 2nd, and Menzies from Norfolk there. And we have a couple of little cues. The top 3 will make it, and then the next 2 best times. So right now, 24.09. So if you run faster than a 24 in the second heat, you're going to make it through to the final. And that was a pretty easy one there for Rooming. You can see he pretty much got off to a fly from the word go, just to make sure that he got into that top 3 position, and then, as you can see, he can pretty much take a backward step, just check on the inside. Yep, all clear. And you can see just really taking the foot off the pedal just to get the job done, and very nicely done. So just keeping an eye on the start list for the next of the 200s. So 6 are in this field. Fijian, Margot Asali. Been running pretty well in the last few weeks, so he'll be keen to make it through to the final. Maytina from Kiribati also will be keen to make it through. Jacob Bolge there in the middle there from Australia has one of the quicker times, along with Green on that outside. Start list in the under 18 men's 200 metres. In lane 2 from Fiji, it's Nagado Asali. In lane 3 from New Zealand, Bradley Kershaw. In lane 4 from Australia, Jacob Bolge. In lane 5 from regional Australia, Brooklyn Bennett. In lane 6 from Kiribati, Tita Maytina. And in lane 7 from regional Australia, Matthew Green. This is the start list for the under 18 men's 200 metres. So a few big cheers there from the Kiribati athlete. So we've seen Bennett already run in this competition as well, in the 400. So he's dropping in the 200. We've also saw him in the 1, so a bit of a mixed bag there for Bennett in the middle. So a wide start there from Bolge, and this one is being recalled. I didn't see any early starters, but you can just see on that start block, Bolge is very far to the right in his lane. If you can just look at all the other starting blocks, they're all kind of seeming to be in the middle, and he must have a particular tactic to start on the outer side. You can see really clearly a lot of them are on that middle. A couple of them are towards the right-hand side, but yeah, he's very much on the line. Looks pretty common there, is actually. Looks like we've got a green card, so it's all clear. Everything is all good. Maybe they're just testing the equipment, who knows. So Sali from Fiji, Kershaw from New Zealand, Bolge from Australia, Bennett regional Australia, Maytina from Kiribati, and Green from regional Australia. So a much better start as we've got our 3 outside lanes there. The athlete from Kiribati running very, very well. We've got Kershaw from New Zealand using that inside lane to his advantage. Bolger in the middle there from Australia, who's entering and pushing through. Now the top 3 will go through. Green's also there on that far side. Bolge is putting in a big finish there. So Bolge, Bennett and Green look to be the 3 finalists. Wait for those times to come through. And feels like that was a much quicker heat there. So Bolge, Green and Bennett, as we thought. So 22.16, 22.24 and 22.25. And the little cues there for Kershaw and Asali. So that was a quicker heat than the first. And it's good that got 5 out of these 6 that have made it through. So they flew out of the blocks early. Certainly Green did to hold his shape. And then just see Bolge just really nicely pushing out of that bend to his advantage. Kershaw was in a pretty good position until Bolge kind of come around and then kind of took control of that lead and then kept going forward. And then we had the 2 regional Australian runners coming through on that outer side and taking the 1, 2 and 3 plus the little Q. So we'll see those runners a little bit later with their finals. Looking forward to seeing how that one plays out. So here we go. We're up to the women now. So we've got 2 heats in the women's. top 3, and then we've got the 2 little Qs as well. So Rasoki from Fiji, Sensanili, Eden Moyle, Charlie Vincent, Isabel Reed, Kyra Garbett, and Matilda Harrison. Seen a couple of these names already before. Seen Garbett from French Polynesia in quite a number of events. 100-metre hurdles, high jump and long jump. Now also competing in the 200. Very much a jack of all trades athlete. Same with Eden Moyle from New Zealand, 100 and 400, and now in the 200. So just watching the rest of our athletes go through, get into their final positions. Start list in the under 18 women's 200 metres. In lane 2 from Fiji, it's Sensanelli Rasoki. In lane 3 from New Zealand, Eden Moyle. In lane 4 from Australia, Charlie Vincent. In lane 5 from regional Australia, Isabel Reed. In lane 6 from French Polynesia, Kyra Garbett. And lane 7 from Australia, Matilda Harrison. That's the start list in the under 18 women's 200 metres. So Harrison has the fastest seeded time coming into this 200. Under 24 on that outside lane. Vincent and Moyle might have a good little battle in between there as well. Garbett, looking forward to seeing how she comes out as well. So a good start there from Harrison on the outer side. Garbett trying to follow along with her. We've also got the Australian in Vincent in the middle there against the Kiwi in Moyle. Moyle's working very, very hard. It looks as if that we've got Harrison, Vincent and Moyle that are in our starting 3. Now the question is, they're going to take their foot off the pedal a little bit. It looks like it's a pretty clear 1, 2, 3 here. Yep, they're taking their foot off. Nicely run there just to get themselves through to the final. Harrison, Vincent and Moyle. 24.79, 24.87 and 24.92. Not that it matters too much. What we're looking at now is the little Qs, 25.58. So run anything under 25.5, that will make it through to the final of the under 18 women's 200. A really good start off the block there from Harrison. Really good one there from Vincent on that middle side. Always helpful when you've got some really good competition on either lane, and that probably helped Vincent and Moyle along with each other just to get a bit of a gauge about where they're at in the race. And very nice finish there. So got one more heat to come in this 200. And looks like we've got 5 in this race. So very much a mixture of countries competing in this one for us this afternoon. Ely from New Zealand. 17-year-old. We saw her in 3rd place in the 100. She'll come through with the fastest time. Start list in the under 18 women's 200 metres. In lane 2 from Australia, Kate Philpott. In lane 3 from Fiji, Sira Nasilvata. In lane 5, from New Zealand, Madison Ely. In lane 6, from French Polynesia, Hinavai Chanacord. And in lane 7, from regional Australia, Molly Rose Gaganano. That is the start list for the women's under 18 200 metres. So 5 in this field, top 3 will make it through, and of course we've got the little cues. Apologies for any of those names that could be a little off. We've got a lot of names and we try and do our best here. Try and elevate every athlete's equal status. So, second heat. And we're underway. This is the second heat here in the women's 200 metres, and the Kiwi in the middle there in Ely moving very, very nicely. There's a good run from Philpott and also the Fijian, Nasilavata, just overtaking the Australian here on the back end. So going to be a bit of a battle here. So regulation there for the Kiwi and a good run there from the Fijian, Sira Nanasilvata, and the Australian Kate Philpott to go 1, 2 and 3. Good performance there from the Fijian and also from the Australian. So really nicely played there from all of those. So we're not going to be too far away to finalise what the start list looks like for the final of the 200. Ely's start just almost a little off there for the first couple of steps. It really just bounced well. Some pretty good regulation performances here. You just see Philpott just making sure that she gets that big cue. So we've got a bit of a gap in the program on the track here as we get ourselves in final preparation for next event, which is the men's 400 metre hurdles final. We did have on the schedule, the men's 800 preliminaries, but due to a few names pulling out, that will go straight through to a final, so we won't see any of the 800s on the program today, unfortunately. So next on the schedule is the 400 metre hurdles. But plenty of action in the way of the field. And we just saw the conclusion of the shot put. So we're just going to get our final calculations before we can announce that. So we're now over to the senior women's hammer throw. And we've got quite a deep field for this afternoon. Lauren Bruce from New Zealand, the former Oceania record holder. She'll be keen to get that one back. The Oceania record, or the meet record, is 71.39. So she's not too far away from the meet record. And based on her form, I reckon that could be under threat. That's really clean execution. Oh, you can see how close we are getting to that line. So we've had quite a number of meet records already fall so far in this competition. And I reckon if another one's going to fall, it's going to be with Lauren Bruce today. So the meet record, as we mentioned before, 71.39, which is Julia Ratcliffe in 2019. Oceania record is by her, 74.61, Lauren Bruce from New Zealand. So Just 70-35 for Lauren Bruce. So she's just edging closer and closer to what that result will be. And we've got Talia Jones from Norfolk Island. Her first throw was 45.19. Now, she's the national record holder for the Norfolk Island, and 45.19, I reckon, is very close to that national record. So 45.19 is her first. The angle of the hammer throw just looks beautiful with the palms and the trees in the background. It's quite a sight. Georgia Winfield from regional Australia. 26.93 was her first attempt. That was a foul from Jones. So here's Winfield. So we've already seen Winfield in one competition so far in this competition, discus. The 22.49 and 12th place for her. We'll also see her in the shot put on Friday. So 27.36 for Winfield. As we bring on Lauren Clark, the New South Wales state champion in 2026. 62.14 is her personal best. Fouled the first attempt. What can she do to get on the board? And that one's gone high in the air. It's hard to get some of these camera angles, isn't it, with the hammer throw? It's a very, very good... Well, I mean, it's better than her first throw, because the first one was a foul, so that's a good start. So we'll see if we can get something landing. I mentioned before, 62.14 is her previous best. 61.02, so very, very close. So we got Hewitt from New Zealand. So we're about to start our third attempts. 57.36. To her name, and that's a really nice execution. That's a good camera angle too. That was very nicely executed by all. It's a great tech team that are involved in this competition. It's really tricky to try and predict where things go, and yeah, they've done a great job with that one. So 57.36 for a first, foul for a second, and coming up to the results for the third, 57.05. So pretty much the same good consistency coming through. As our next athlete, Caitlin Shepperson. And that one has hit the net. Will be listed as a foul, so 51.17. So just an update on the leaderboard so far in this women's senior hammer throw. Lauren Bruce from New Zealand with a 70.35. Stephanie Ratcliffe in second place, as we're about to see her head into the starting position with a 68.12. Lauren Clark from Australia, 61.02 in that third position. So we've seen Ratcliffe plenty of times over the last few years. Australian record holder, 2024 Paris Olympian. And certainly one of the great Australian hammer throwers that we've produced. It'll be a joy to be able to watch her. So nicely executed. So 68.12 for Ratcliffe for her first attempt, 67.8 for the second. So she'll need to throw over 71 to get that lead, and that one's not going to quite be enough so far. So this is going to be a very heated battle between Bruce and Ratcliffe. They've competed many times on an international stage before. As we welcome Ariel Cannell from regional Australia. And that one is a foul. And that one's been caught in the net. So very good. Got that one down easy. We've seen plenty of times where we've had to drag the net all the way down to pull the hammer throw out. So to pull the hammer out. So here's Emma Kellier. 2 fouls. And that one looks a lot better off the hand. 59.55 is her personal best. In fact, a lot of these hammer throw athletes have only just recently thrown personal bests in recent championships, so they're in very good form coming into these Oceania championships. And we've got there the New Zealander Olympic representative 2025 World Champs qualifier in Tokyo. And our current leader, 70.35 is our current lead. Gap of around 2 meters between first and second place. Area record and the national record holder, 74.61 for Lauren Bruce. Just recently had a birthday as well in March, if you can call that recent. Towards the back end of March, so it was only 5 or 6 weeks. Still worth the acknowledgement. And in her starting preparations for her 3rd attempt. And gee, that looks pretty good as well. Getting really, really close to that yellow line, which is the meet record. So she ranges in throws, Lauren Bruce does. Has recently competed in shot put as well in a local competition in New Zealand. 69.43 for Lauren Bruce. So Talia Jones. What a wonderful occasion for this Norfolk Island athlete, because her very first attempt of 45.19 has broken the Norfolk Island record in the hammer throw. So we are looking at the new national record holder for Norfolk Island with a 45.19. That's a magnificent result. Just shows the growth that that she's been putting into the sport. Of course, she was also she was the national record holder. She just improved on her recent result. So 44.54 was the previous result. 45.19. That one's a foul. So any throw better than what we're seeing on the screen will be another improvement to that national record for Jones from Norfolk Island. So a couple of throwers left in the third attempts. This is Winfield from regional Australia. And that one has gone into the net. That one is a foul as we come to our final women's thrower for this afternoon in the third attempts. Lauren Clark. 62.14 is her personal best. And she'll be keen to better that performance. And I reckon that's getting close. You can see the 60 mark there. So she's another one of those throwers that one's a foul, unfortunately, so that one's not going to be successful. She's another one of those throwers that does compete in the shot put and the discus as well. Competed in all three of those disciplines only in the last couple of months. Up in the Gold Coast, she competed in the discus and the shot put. A few weeks ago, the back end of April, so back into the hammer throw. Competed that one at the New South Wales Championships. So they've just completed their third throw, so now they will recalculate, set a new order. Basically, we will readjust and keep an eye on the battle between Bruce, Ratcliffe and Clark. So let's just give an update on what our scoreboard looks like at the end of the third round in the women's hammer throw competition. Lauren Bruce from New Zealand with a 70.35, who is our current leader. Stephanie Ratcliffe with a 68.12 in second place from Australia, and in third position from Australia, Lauren Clark with a 61.02. Continuing to go through the field, Elizabeth Hewitt from New Zealand with a 57.36. She's in fourth position. Arielle Cannell from regional Australia with a 54.46. She competed in the 2025 Australian Champs and should be keen to get close to that result. Caitlin Shepperson from New Zealand with a 51.17. That was from her second attempt. She's also in the field along with Talia Jones with a 45.19, who has just recently thrown a new Norfolk Island record. That's a great moment for her. Georgia Winfield with 27.36 next to her name. And Emma Kellier from Australia yet to put a result on the board with 3 fouls. So we are just looking at the first of our athletes who are making their way over to the start list, to the start of the men's 400-metre hurdles. And look, there's a couple of big names there that you can see just walking past. Those Australians, Bennett and Maloney. And here's our start list for the first of our heats. 2 of them this afternoon. Top 3 will go through, and then we've got the little queues. We've only got 5 in this first heat. So Matthew Hunt, we've certainly seen his name a few times. 2026 Australian national champion, and in pretty good shape coming into this event. Daniel Ball from Papua New Guinea also competing. Noah Retford from New Zealand. Saliosi Via from Tonga. Yankee Velita from the Solomon Islands. So just the 5. A lot of these 400-metre hurdlers also double up in the 400. So Daniel Ball we saw run very well in the 400 final yesterday. Coming in 7th place in that final. We've also got Saliosi Via from Tonga, who's also in the 110 hurdles tomorrow. So a few of these will be doubling up. Daniel Ball, the 2020 and 2023 national champion from Papua New Guinea. His fastest time of 51.55, which he ran last season, and building into some pretty good form. And of course he's up against the Australian national champion as well, so not too far away from the start of the hurdles with a couple of heats. Of course, these 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier events of athletics to life here in Darwin. Their support is welcoming a lot of athletes and fans from all across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition in the top end. Velita from Solomon Islands is getting their blocks finalised. Saliosi Via, 19 years of age he is, so lots of good young talent coming through Tonga on the track and also in the field. So not too far away from the start of this first heat. We can see some of the locals from the Solomon Islands keen to cheer on their fellow competitor in this heat. And there's the Australian 2026 national champion, Matthew Hunt. Noah Retford from New Zealand, 19 years of age, so a couple of good young runners coming through. So we're getting close to the start of this event. Start list in the men's 400-metre hurdles. In lane 2 from Solomon Islands, Yankee Velita. In lane 3 from Tonga, Saliosi Via. In lane 4 from New Zealand, Noah Retford. In lane 5 from Papua New Guinea, Daniel Ball. In lane 6 From Australia, Matthew Hunt. That's the start list for the men's 400 metre hurdles. So we've got Valida and Via, you can see on the screen there. Matthew Hunt with the big faster time coming into this heat, but also got national champion from Papua New Guinea here as well. Top 3 will make it, and then we've got the little Qs. And we're underway here in the first of the heats in the 400 metre hurdles. And you can see Matthew Hunt from Australia already getting off to a flying start. A neck-and-neck battle between Ball and Retford from New Zealand and Papua New Guinea. You can see where they're jumping. It looks as if that the Papua New Guinea athlete there in Ball with a slight lead, but his New Zealander in Retford has found a way to claw himself back. But we'll go back to our leader here. This is Matthew Hunt from Australia, the 2026 national champion. Just needs to get through the next couple of hurdles, and then he will have the big Q next to his name. Here he is coming down, looking very, very strong, very competitive. And we can just see 2 and 3 there, the Kiwi and the Papua New Guinean there, Retford and Ball getting through 1, 2 and 3. They will make it through. Wonderful finish there from Valita from the Solomon Islands, and rounding out there with Via from Tonga. So 49.33 for Hunt. And gee, that was a very, very good run from him. Matthew Hunt, 49.33, has actually just broken the meet record. So the meet record was 50.64 that Angus Proudfoot ran only in 2024, and now Matthew Hunt has just broken that one. So there's a new meet record for Matthew Hunt, gone under the 50 mark. Daniel Ball from Papua New Guinea, 54.28. Noah Retford from New Zealand, 54.28. What a mighty, mighty effort from Hunt. And look at him go. He pretty much ran solo out the front from start to finish. It was an impressive start from him. Just see the work on the back straight here. Of course, the work there in the battle between Ball and Retford in 2 and 3, but Hunt just was absolutely in control. Look at this finish here. You can see the gap between 1 and 2 was quite extensive, and then he really put in the fighting yards towards the back end to get under that 50 mark. And what an absolutely fighting performance from Matthew Hunt to take out the meet record. Gee, what an unbelievable performance from him. Beautiful. Very, very nicely done. So we've got 5 competing in this one. A couple of Australians here to keep an eye on. Kyle Bennett, second national champion behind Matthew Hunt only a few weeks ago. Of course, Ashley Maloney there as well. We've seen him, the first Australian decathlon Olympic medalist, 2020 Tokyo Olympian bronze medal. Made a move to switch to the 400 hurdles. He was 3rd in the national championships. So we got 1, 2 and 3 from the Australian national championships. Justin Menezes from New Zealand competing as well. Jeffrey Limtiago from Guam. And William Tate, we've seen a few times. So the start list in the men's 400 metre second heat hurdles in lane 2 from Australia, Kyle Bennett. In lane 3 from New Zealand, Justin Menzies. In lane 4 from Australia, Ashley Maloney. Lane 5 from regional Australia, William Tate. And lane 6 from Guam, Jeffrey Limtiago. That's the start list in the men's 400 hurdles. The 2 under 50 that have run faster than meet records. 49.33 is the current one. Kyle Bennett and Ashley Maloney all seated under 50. So could this one fall as well? Limtiago from Guam. And we've got Tate as well, 19 years of age. So we've got the top 3 will make it through with the big cues, and then we've got the little cues to come. So the 2 Australians are going to be keeping an eye on here, Bennett and Maloney. You can see in the middle there, Maloney working very nicely on that middle side. Neck and neck battle between Bennett and Maloney in terms of where they're jumping. I reckon they're pretty much smack bang on. Bennett's got the inside here. One hurdle's gone down. Bennett and Maloney are still going ahead. We've got Bennett who's got the lead as they now just get over those hurdles and come on down the home straight. So Bennett fighting through. They look like they're just getting this one ticked over, and Bennett is also going to be trying to get under that 50. Not quite, but he gets through to the final along with Tate and Maloney. And some good finishes there from Menzies and Limtiago. So Bennett with a 50.65, Maloney 53.54, Tate 54.70 from regional Australia will make it through to the final. And we've got Menzies from New Zealand with a 57.82 will make it through on the little queue. And Limtiago from Guam with 58.77. So some really good starts here. You can see Bennett and Maloney just getting off to some really good starts. And they were neck and neck for pretty much the majority of that back straight. And then you can probably see around that point where Maloney goes, I'm just going to make it through with the top 3 as Bennett puts his foot down a little bit harder. And yeah, looking very impressive. Well, we've seen our first meet record fall for the day. And it was a mighty, mighty performance there from Matthew Hunt in that first heat. And we will see those 3 Australians in the final again. So we're going to cross back down to the women's hammer throw, where we've got Lauren Clark in 3rd spot with 61.02 still. In 2nd place from Australia, 68.12, Stephanie Ratcliffe. And our leader, Lauren Bruce from New Zealand with a 70.35. Meet record was thrown by Ratcliffe in 2019 with a 71.39. Oceania record 74.61. As we've got Clark on the screen now. Just with some heavy focus. Had a real surge over the last 2 or 3 years. 2024 She threw a 53.01 and then a slight increase the Australian Championships in 2025 to go to 53.52. And then in the space of 12 months, she's gone from 53.52 to 62.14 for a personal best. So she's had an absolute breakout season. And that's a really good execution there as well from Clark. So there's been a few fouls next to her name, and that's 61.02. It's hard to believe that only 12 months ago she was battling to get to that 60-metre mark, and now she seems to be doing it every day. $57.81 for Lauren Clark. We've got Stephanie Ratcliffe, who is our second position holder. And that one is a foul. So
next up on the track is the men's Masters 800 metres, 32.89.
one more throw for her to come. For Ratcliffe, 68.12 is her current best result. So here's our leader. This is Lauren Bruce from New Zealand. And her second result of 70.35 is our leading result. She's the national record holder and the area record holder. Oceania champion from 2024. She threw a 69.99, so agonisingly close to 70 metres in 2024. And she's gone better than that already. She'll be keen for a back-to-back performance. And that one's a very good release. That's gone very close to the yellow line as well. That's going to be very close to that 70-metre mark. So just to give you some dominance, or some idea of the dominance that Bruce has in New Zealand in women's hammer throw. 5-time national champion from 2022 onwards. She has absolutely dominated, and there's another result over 70. So 70.07. So the last championships was won in a 69.99. So the championships will be won with a better result this year, which is always good to see. Getting close to that meet record of 71.39. So we're coming down to the last of our throwers. Kelly from Australia. Had 3 fouls, but then it's been able to get 2 pretty good results on the board. And that one's also pretty clean result as well. White flag has gone up. So, really good campaign for Emma Kelly. And a 56.18 to round out her campaign. So 57.28 will be her top result. Talia Jones. We mentioned earlier before that she's the current record holder for Norfolk Island. Not only is she the record holder, but she's also increased that margin. That one looks to have slipped off the hand. So 5 fouls, but her first attempt in this women's hammer throw of 45.19 is the new record for Norfolk Island. It betters the previous result of 44.54, which was thrown in October of 2025. So Caitlin Shepperson from New Zealand. 51.17 in her second throw is the best result so far. Personal best of 54.64, which she threw in December of 2025. Still in this season. Pretty even throwing over the last couple of years as well. 54.35 she threw in the New South Wales Championships in March recently as well. So she finishes with a 48 and her top result of 51.17. Arielle Cannell from the regional Australian team. And this is a very, very impressive throw off the hand. That is a massive effort from her. Of course, Cannell, the national champion in 2025 with a 54.77. So she's very familiar with championships, having won one previously, 56.50, so she betters her overall performances. Not quite at her personal best that she threw a couple of months ago in New Zealand with a 56.77. So Elizabeth Hewitt. .60.55, so she's in 4th place. So she just needs around another 50 centimetres and she'll get her way into the podium. Her PB is 60.70 that she threw a couple of months ago. That one's going far as well. Don't think it's going to be far enough. So she threw that in February of 2026. That result that she had. In fact, that's her only throw over 60 this season, 59.83. So really close. That is her second furthest throw that she has completed this season. Pretty good way to finish the campaign. So here's our top 3. The question will be is what order? So here's Clark.
Next on track is the women's Masters 800 metres.
So this one's a good release. Not sure if that's reached the 60 mark. So we mentioned before, a really breakout year in 26. Considering of April 2025, she was throwing mid-50s, mid-53s, and now she's throwing 60s. So Radcliffe from Australia for her final attempt. In second place, that is an excellent, excellent throw. It's getting really close to that top end. '26 Australian champion. NCAA champion as well in 23 and 25. Some quality competition over there in the United States for Ratcliffe, and a 67.40. So we now have our gold medalist lined up, which is Lauren Bruce from New Zealand, as she comes up for her final throw. Now 70.35 is her current best result. The national record is 74.61, but the meet record is 71.39. So wouldn't this be a fitting way to end? She goes into her final thoughts. Five consecutive national championships for New Zealand. And the result that she's thrown of 70.35 is her best result since February. Had 4 competitions since then. Hasn't been able to break to that 70-metre mark. Let's keep an eye on that meet record here. Oh, that's a very, very good throw. Is it good enough? That is very close, isn't it? Oh, that's agonisingly close. I reckon it's going to be another 70. Question is, how far? And that one is a 70.64. And that rounds out the senior women's hammer throw. So the unofficial results, the New Zealander Lauren Bruce has taken out that competition with a 70.64 for her final attempt. In second place from Australia, Stephanie Ratcliffe with a 68.12. And in third place from Australia is Lauren Clark with a 61.02. The other notable result, Talia Jones from Norfolk Island with a new national record of a 45.19. A great result for Talia. We're not going to be too far away from the next of our events here at the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships here at the Arafura Stadium here in Darwin. Welcome back to the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships here from the Arafura Stadium here in the Northern Territory in Darwin, Australia. And just seen a thrilling conclusion to the women's hammer throw. And what we're about to see is the next of our para finals. This is the men's and women's 400 metre final. A couple of good names in here and a few names that we've certainly seen so far already in this competition. We're just in our final preparations and getting into strides for this one. It's a good wide shot there of all of our athletes. Otto there in that 5-side. Otto on the far side there from regional Australia. Just running through there, Dylan Vidana Partharana. From Victoria. So we're certainly getting to the hotter end of the competition here this afternoon. About to get underway with a few more senior events. Got the women's ambient para shot put, men's senior high jump, and the men's senior discus, which is not too far away from commencing. The start list in the men's 400 metre para final. In lane 2, from New Zealand, Daniel Kitts. In lane 3, from Australia, Archie Dixon. In lane 4, from Australia, Cooper Rob Jackson. In lane 5, from New Zealand, Jackson Woolley. In lane 6, from Australia, Mitchell Warrilow. In lane 7, from Australia, Dylan Vidana Partharana. And in lane 8, from regional Australia, it's Heath Otto. That's the start list in the men's 400 metre para final. Gee, a few of those got quite a lot of loud cheers. Rob Jackson was certainly happy. Yeah, a lot of them loved the close camera work and the attention that they got. Becoming a bit of rock stars around here. So this is the final. Rob Jackson and Warrilow with the fastest results. So we mentioned before with a lot of these paras, it's not necessarily the fastest to finish. They will collaborate and tally the points before we finalise the winner. As we've got Warrilow from Australia out with a blazing performance so far on that back straight. He's very, very focused. We've got Partharana on the left-hand side. We've also got Rob Jackson from Australia and Woolley from New Zealand just chasing the tail, but from Australia, Warrilow absolutely fully focused on the end goal. The Australian with Cooper Rob Jackson coming through in second position. So Warrilow with a mighty fighting kick. There he's absolutely full focus and he is absolutely flying through and he will be very, very happy with that performance. And an amazing run there from Cooper Rob Jackson. Partharana coming through. Archie Dixon. Yes, Jackson Woolley. Otto with a fighting finish and Daniel Kitts from New Zealand. So there's the standing results after the run. Mitchell Warrilow with a 51.74. Now that is faster than his seeded time. Cooper Rob Jackson there, 55.48, which is also faster than a seeded time. And Vidana Partharana there in third. So They'll now go away and calculate the percentage results before we can announce who is the winner of that 400. And look how fully focused he is. Just looks so relaxed. That is a absolute huge focus there from the Australian. Put in an absolute mighty performance, and you can see only 100 metres ago that Cooper Rob Jackson was around the middle of the pack and then used that bend phenomenally well to his advantage. Came through in second place on that home straight. And again, really focused on putting in a big finish. Victorian there on the far left. Vidana Patharana. There's Otto on the far left, and the Kiwi with Kits. So the final of our para 400 metre finals. A few names that we recognise from previous runs. So Talia Blacksmith, we've seen her run really impressively so far in this competition. Second in the 100, second in the 200, third in the long jump. So she'll be keen to make sure she gets another medal. Alison Reedy. Tamsin Colley there from Australia as well. So we've got the outside lanes. Then we've got Sasha Al-Dazani, who is the sole New Zealander competing this afternoon. And Nook Laverty also rounding out the field with Lucy Gilmore. So Gilmore also competing in the 1 and the 2 and the long jump. Laverty in the 1 and the 2. Al-Dazani also on the 1 and the 2. Colley 1 and 2, and we'll also be running in the 8. It's a big program for Colley. 1, 2, 4 and 8. Plenty of Strava distance for a sprinter doing that many. That's a big field. The start list in the women's 400 metre para final. In lane 2, from Australia, Lucy Gilmore. In lane 3, from Australia, Anouk Laverty. In lane 4, from New Zealand, Sasha Al-Dazani. In lane 5, from Australia, Tamsin Colley. In lane 6, from Australia, Talia Blacksmith. And in lane 7, from Australia, it's Alison Reedy. That's the start list from the women's 400 metre para final. Some really big cheers in the background there for a lot of these runners as well. So we've seen Blacksmith run impressively well over the last couple of days in terms of time. But a lot of these athletes have got stacked programs. So here we go. The final of the women's 400 metre para final. A few different classifications in this field. But in terms of calling the race, you can see there Blacksmith from Australia getting off to a flying start. Reedy on that left-hand lane, also representing Australia. You can see Colley in the back there. Al-Dazani from New Zealand, Laverty and Gilmore. There's our focus there on Blacksmith. And what an absolute running machine she has been so far. Second in the 100, second in the 200, third in the long jump. And will be entering the home straight in that leading position. And getting a big cheer from the crowd as well, as she is putting in a big finish We see Reedy coming through from Australia as well. Laverty and Gilmore with their big finishes. Here comes Colley, also representing Australia, and a big finish there from the Kiwi, Al Desani. So in terms of times, Blacksmith 59.29, Reedy 105.60, and Laverty 110.06. Anyway, we'll go and calculate those points, and it's been a wonderful inclusion, the para event. It's fantastic to see. Just see how strong a competitor Blacksmith is. Just the full focus and attention. Great technique. Looking really, really good. There's Reedy there on that left-hand side. Blacksmith with a few metres ahead. The remaining field, Laverty, Colley, Gilmore. Al Desani there from New Zealand in the black kit in the middle there. Some nice finishes on that side there with Gilmore and Laverty. Gilmore and Colley are okay. They got up pretty much straight away. They put in some big finishes. So Breeze just picking up a little bit here at the Arafura Stadium here in Darwin for the third day of competition. So we're getting a glimpse of our 100-metre semi-finalists. Walking over to their starting blocks. That'll be starting in around 5 to 6 minutes' time. So 2 semi-finals we have for everyone this afternoon. Top 3 from each heat, and then the next 2 best times. I feel like I've said little Q quite a few times over the last few days, and there's certainly no greater importance than this. Obviously the easy way is to just make it through automatically with the first 3. Saw some really good results yesterday. Jackson Rowe from Australia will be our fastest seeder with as a party in the middle there. Leroy Dempsey, Johnny Malau. So the first semi is looking very, very impressive. So these 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics event to life here in Darwin. Their support is helping welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition in the top end. Of course, these events can't be put together without the help of all the volunteers and the officials that have been out in the fields over the last couple of days, and of course continuing through the rest of the program. They're wearing these really cool Oceania polo shirts out and around the field. Of course, we also need to give a shout out to the tech team that are very heavily involved in this competition, and they've got a lot of cameras and support crew around the place. Global headquarters, E3 Productions, Mojo Creative. So a very big production, getting this on a live stream and being able to connect it to the tens of thousands of people that are watching within Australia and the Oceania region, but also globally around the world. So we've got 2 heats in this semi, and all of these runners are all under 11. Kolomalu from Tonga, Malua from Samoa, Vissel from Papua New Guinea. Geez, he ran flyingly yesterday to make it through. Jackson Roy as a party. Household names. Caden Taylor. Patello Nanaseni. Leroy Dempsey, Rylan Noom from New Zealand. So pretty good field we have lined up. Of course, the reigning champion, 2024 Oceania champion this heat, which is as a party. The 10:33 that he ran. Meet record 10:19. Jack Doran in 2022. Of course, we've got to go all the way back to 2003, I should say, sorry. 2023 is a little bit shorter, but yeah, 2003 to get the Oceania record of 9:93. Patrick Johnson. The start list in the first semi of the men's 100 metres. In lane 1, from Tonga, Tatali Kolomalu. In lane 2, from Samoa, Johnny Malua. In lane 3, from Papua New Guinea, Pace Vissel. In lane 4, from Australia, Jackson Rowe. In lane 5, from Australia, Joshua Azapati. In lane 6, from New Zealand, Caden Taylor. In lane 7, from Tonga, Patello Nanaseni. Lane 8, from regional Australia, Leroy Dempsey. And in lane 9, from New Zealand, Rylan Noom. The start list in the semi of the men's 100 metres. Tell you what, a couple of those Islanders got some good cheers as well. So the 2 middle lanes are rolling as a party. Really like the fact that the Papua New Guinean is also right next to Rowe, which I think will really drag him through as well. So Whistle, Rowe and as a party in the middle there. Rylan Noom on the outside from New Zealand, Dempsey from regional Australia. Nanaseni. And then on that inside there, Kolomalu and Malua. So as a party, got the better of the 2 in the middle there. He's into an absolute fly. We've got Vissel on lane 3 that's also putting in a big finish. As a party, putting in a massive, massive kick here. And Rowe also making it through. Very nicely timed there from as a party. Clean start, clean finish. Does what he needs to do to make it through. 10.19, which is smack bang on the meet record for As a Party. We're going to find out how close he was. Jackson Rowe there, and whistle from Papua New Guinea. As we mentioned before, he was in the perfect lane whistle to get carried through. That's a great time from him. And you can just see he got off to a really good small length lead there As a Party and pretty much maintained that the entire way through. So As a Party with a really, really good result there. And that will definitely be the faster of the two semis. So the little Q is going to be really important here. Tuna Solomona, top there from Samoa. 10.96 next to his name. Keanu Hewitt Watson. Aoto Yanito. Sole New Zealander on this race. We've got Jai Gordon, Tian Whelpton, I should say. Big running star in New Zealand. Leroy Kamau. Lachlan Kazonyi from regional Australia, and Tova Tuna, big cult hero in Papua New Guinea. Very big on TikTok, I hear, as well. The second semi of the men's 100-metre start list. In lane 1, from Samoa, Falatuna Solomona. In lane 2, from regional Australia, Keanu Hewitt Watson. In lane 3, from New Zealand, Hayato Yanito. Lane 4, from Australia, Jai Gordon. Lane 5, from New Zealand, Tian Whelpton. Lane 6, from Papua New Guinea, Leroy Kamau. In lane 7, from regional Australia, Lachlan Kazonyi. And lane 8, from Papua New Guinea, Tova Tuna. That's your start list in the semi of the men's 100 metres. So in the middle there, we've got Gordon from Australia and Unito from New Zealand. Whelpton will also be around the mark. So we've got the two Kiwis and the Australian in the middle to keep an eye on. So we'll keep an eye on the middle lanes here in this semi-final. So another really clean start here. Gordon and Whelpton in the middle. Gordon's pushing up really hard. The battle between Whelpton and Gordon is looking very good. It's going to be even, but Whelpton looks like he's got the narrow lead and narrow success against Gordon just to make it through with the big Qs. And as expected, pretty tight there. Whelpton 10.48. 10.51 for Gordon. Unito from New Zealand 10.84. So now we need to look at what the little Qs are doing. Nothing will come through here. So Tuna from Papua New Guinea. Kamau also from Papua New Guinea. Hewitt Watson, Solomona. And then Kazioni from regional Australia rounding out the field. So just going to be compiling that final. But yeah, the two middle there, Whelpton just with those legs in that first 5 to 10 metres. You see the height difference. And yeah, really impressive performance. So we're going to be coming back to that final in the men's 100 a little bit later on the program. Going to draw our attention now to men's discus, the senior competition. So we've got quite a number of athletes competing in this field. Andrew Ram from regional Australia, Erwin Cassia from New Caledonia, Daniel Di Giandomenico, recently threw a PB of 54.68. Darcy Miller from Australia come through with the furthest distance of 59.81 and is the current reigning Oceania champ. Also the 2026 Australian national champ. Hector O'Rourke from New Zealand. Nathaniel Salupo from Samoa. And a Somali Teoloa from Tonga. Caden Guerrero from Guam. Lucas Osita from Papua New Guinea. Bouncer Kadena from Nauru. And then we've got Jacob Woodbury from regional Australia. Bodie Trevor Smith from New Zealand and Elijah Hoila from the Cook Islands. So 13 in this field competing this afternoon. Mentioned before, that's Darcy Miller, our current Oceania champion. So we threw a 52.27 in that championship. A few of those were in that one as well. Poela from the Cook Islands, also in that field. He was second place actually in that championship. Actually a state champion in the shot put. Elijah Poela from the Cook Islands. 2022 and 24 national champion. So it's good that he's competing with us today, 23 years of age. He was 10th in the shot put with a 14.39. This will be his final event for the day, for the championship I should say. So, like we're getting our first glimpses of discus. And like we've also got our first athlete that's about to step up to the plate, Andrew Ram. From regional Australia, 8th in the hammer throw and 12th in the shot put. So that one is not a good start to open up his campaign. So the meet record is 61.12. That was set by Alexander Rose from Samoa in 2017. So there's going to need to be some personal bests by someone here. Erwin Cassia from New Caledonia is next up, and that one's not successful either, so no one's troubled the scorers yet so far. Giandomenico, the Australian, for his first attempt. And that one's also gone with the red flag. So 3 throwers and 3 fouls. It's a tough start so far. And here is the reigning Oceania champion, Darcy Miller. 81 is his personal best. From South Australia, and I reckon he's got off the board there. We're going to wait for the flag to come up. That's going to be the most important thing. And yes, so we're underway. So this is going to be our first result of the day. So we mentioned before, from South Australia. Broken the state record many a times. And recently crowned the national champion. 55-35 to get proceedings underway. Through at 52-27 to win the Oceania champs in 2024. So this is already going to be a improved result by a few metres. He threw a 57-14 in the Australian Championships not too long ago. Hector O'Rourke. $43.73 for a personal best. That one's very clean in the air. So he threw that in 2026. He threw that in January. That's pretty recent. If we look at recent results, it's been hovering around that high 44.18 for O'Rourke. So 19 years of age. So chops and changes between the two different weights in the discus. See, with the open discus results, it's a 2 kilo rather than under 20, which can vary with 1.5 and 1.75. Salupo. From Samoa. 53.32. The personal best, and be threatening today to potentially podium. Gee, it looked good on the screen, didn't it? If you want to get an absolute clear picture of a discus throw, that was it. But unfortunately, threw outside of the line. It'll be a foul. 53.32, his personal best. Hasn't gone over 50 this season. Lower. Tonga. I reckon that one is a pretty good result as well. I reckon the white flag has gone up. So 46.92 is his personal best, and good way to get off the mark there, 42.72. Always good to get the first one on the board. Guerrero from Guam for his first attempt. That one looks to have slipped out of the hand, and that one's a foul. Certainly doesn't look particularly happy with that result. So Lucas Osida. (2023) Papua New Guinea champion in the discus. For a first attempt. One looks to have gone quite wide. Probably slipped out of the hand. 46.92 36, sorry. 36.86 is the personal best. That one is a foul. Very close to personal best. I reckon I wouldn't be surprised if he breaks that one today. In fact, I reckon there might be quite a few that might break their personal bests today. So from regional Australia, this is Jacob Woodbury. So this is fascinating, the difference in depth in the discus competition, because not only 2 years ago we had 6 compete, and we've virtually doubled it now with 13 competing, and 42.81 is the first throw for Woodbury. Here's Trevor Smith. The New Zealander. $18 years of age, so plenty of good junior talent competing here this afternoon. We'll certainly highlight those juniors as they get up to the plate. So Elijah Poela recently competed in the shot put, 10th place, 14.39. That looks pretty good out of the hand as well. That looks very good out of the hand. He's certainly a much more competitive shot putter. 22 and 24 shot put national champion. 44.47 is his personal best in the discus. And 42.21 is his first throw. So we've got proceedings underway. Looks like we have bouncer Kadena from Nauru, who is a non-starter. Had 6 fouled attempts. In fact, 7 in that first throw. So more than half the field will want to try and get something on the board. And I reckon that one is going to get on the board. White flag's gone up for Andrew Ram. So 8th in the hammer throw. And 12th in the shot put. 24.10 next to his name. We're going to see him in the javelin tomorrow afternoon. Cassia from New Caledonia. And that certainly looks to be a much better result than his first as well. $51.60 his personal best, so 42.33, so he's off the mark. Gian Domenico. And that one's not successful for him either, so that's his second foul. hit the net. So a few recent results for Gian Domenico, Australian Championships. 10th place, the 42.08. Competed at the Adelaide Invitational with a 53.95, and then Hobart with a 54.68. So here's Darcy Miller, the current Oceania champion. See the sun's just come out almost at the wrong time for some of these throwers. They're going to be looking right into it. We've had varying conditions for most of the day, so 53.96 for Miller. They head over and deliberate with their coaches. Here's O'Rourke. Getting some real intense close-up action of some field events over these last couple of days. I don't know if any of these athletes are quite familiar with what the attention they're getting. It's a good, clean result there from O'Rourke. And doesn't look particularly thrilled. 45.08, so I don't think he should be too disappointed with that. He's getting closer to personal best. Salupo. In fact, I should say that Hector O'Rourke has already thrown a personal best. His personal best previously was 43.73, so his first two attempts have already been greater than his last previous performance. So here's Salupo. And that looks a lot better than the first. It's going to be a result on the board here. Unfortunately not. So the Tongan. 42.72 for a first attempt. Looks pretty clean in the air as well. I reckon that's an increase in distance just by how close it got to that 50-metre mark. So 45.93. So we expected that. He moves into second position now. So Guerrero from Guam. And one looks to be, wait for the flag to come up and it's gone. So his first result was a foul. This one, the white flag has gone up, so we're going to get a measure. 35-35 for Guerrero. So Lucas Sitter, national champion for Papua New Guinea in the discus in 2023 in their championships. Through a 34-11 to get to that mark. 36-86 is his personal best in the discus. And 37.82, so he's just broken that. So he's just thrown a personal best by around a metre. So here is Woodbury from regional Australia. It's gone high. And so 42.81 was his first. 45.84 is a personal best for him. And 43.80 for Woodbury. So Trevor Smith from New Zealand for his second attempt. And that one flying through the air. White flag has gone up, so he'll be able to get a result on the board. So, got Elijah Poela. So we're going to step away from the discus very briefly. And we are going to very closely get underway with our finals of the men's and women's 200 metre final. And here's our start list. Tiata Natina from Kiribati. Nagado Sali from Fiji. Jolami Sugaturaga. 17-year-old from Fiji. Bradley Kershaw. Jacob Bolge. We'll go in with the fastest seeded time. We saw Dylan Rooming from Australia. Took out a meet record in the 400. Matthew Green, Kingston, Menzies from Norfolk Island. So really good mix of islands competing in this field. The start list in the under 18 men's 200 metre final. In lane 1, from Kiribati, it's Tiata Maitina. In lane 2, from Fiji, Nagadu Asali. Lane 3, from Fiji, Jalami Surugturaga. In lane 4, from New Zealand, Bradley Kershaw. In lane 5, from Australia, Jacob Bolge. In Australia, from lane 6, Dylan Rooming. In lane 7, from regional Australia, Matthew Green. And lane 8, from Norfolk Island, it's Kingston Menzies. The start list in the under 18 men's 200 final. So we've got the two Australians in the middle, and we've got Kershaw from New Zealand in those middle lanes. But I also like Matthew Green on that outside from regional Australia in that red and black kit. Promises to be a really close, entertaining final. So clean starts there. Rooming getting up to green, and Rooming holding that leading spot. Kershaw and Bolge are also coming on the inside. Rooming is entering the home straight with that lead. He's putting in a fighting push. Rooming absolutely blitzing the competition here. Green trying to do something, but Rooming again. What a great conclusion. He ran magnificently well yesterday to take out the meet record in the 400. And he's also won the men's 200 metre under 18. Pulled out the double there in the 200 and the 4. Matthew Green there with a 21.52 in second spot, and Bolge from Australia 21.66. Good runs there from Kershaw and Asali as well. Caught up to green rather quickly, did Rooming. Gee, he's incredibly strong around these bends, isn't he? You can just see the work that he put into that first 100. That margin was virtually 10 metres, and then it was pretty much catch me if you can for the conclusion. Nice little lean forward and a mighty, mighty finish for him. Yeah, nice job from Rooming. We've got some footages here of the women's start. Molly Rose Gaggiano, Cessanelli Rosoki. She ran very well in the heat to get here. Then there's Moylan, Harrison, Ely, Silavata. We've got Vincent Philpott. So the fastest time to get in here was Matilda Harrison. She ran a 24.87. And that's really tight between those two New Zealanders with Moyle and Ely. We've got Charlie Vincent from Australia in lane 7. So there's going to be, again, a really tight contest on who will take out this under 18 women's 200 final. Good range of age groups and a good array of competitors. Them on the screen there. Silavata. Gaggiano. Rosoki, just they've got their lanes together. It's just getting themselves sorted out into position. The 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athlete events to life here in Darwin. Their support is helping welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition in the top end. And it's been a mighty day of competition so far. We should mention the meet record is 24:30 here, run by the New Zealander, Kendra Scully in 2024. The Oceania record, pretty familiar name here, Raylene Boyle. That was run way back in 1968, the 22:74, so big name there. We're just getting to final preparations for the start of this 200 final. Start list in the under 18 women's 200 metre final. In lane 1 from regional Australia, Molly Rose Gaggiano. In lane 2, from Fiji, Cesaniele Rosoki. In lane 3, from New Zealand, Eden Moyle. In lane 4, from Australia, Matilda Harrison. In lane 5, from New Zealand, Madison Ely. In lane 6, from Fiji, Sira Nasilavata. In lane 7, from Australia, Charlie Vincent. And lane 8 from Australia, Kate Philpott. That's the start list in the under 18 women's 200 final. So we've got a couple of Australians and a couple of Kiwis. Vincent second from the left. And then very tight between those two middle Kiwis and Harrison in the middle there. So a flying start, pretty even across the board as they've gone for their first 50. You see Harrison just in the middle there, who has moved past the Kiwis and is putting in fighting push. Vincent's going to try and find a way as well, but Harrison's got some clear space here. She's absolutely accelerating. She can see the finish from a mile away and has put in an absolutely magnificent performance. Matilda Harrison from Australia. That's a fantastic run. 23:85. That is a new meet record for Matilda Harrison. Congratulations. What an absolutely remarkable run. Madison Ely from New Zealand, 24:24, who's also broken the meet record as well. Charlie Vincent from Australia rounding out that top three. Moyle and a couple of the Fijians there, but look, it's a pretty even start from all of our runners. You can just see Harrison just building and again just really working hard from that bend, and then just the mileage that she had in front coming into that home straight, and then it was just on for all to try and push through, and it's gone under 24 seconds for the first time in an Oceania championship. So, change pace a little bit here. We're going to head to the high jump. And we're just seeing footage here of Zane Hook. So I want to run through the start list of this high jump competition because we're now at the 2 metre mark. So let's have a look at our competitors. So unfortunately, we've had some that have already ended their campaigns. Tom Latcham from regional Australia. Ari Kesharaya from New Zealand and Zane Hook. Milo Guthrie Teal also bowing out. So Latcham bowed out on 185. Kersharia bowing out on 190. Then Hook, Guthrie Teal and Hewitt bowing out at 2. We've already seen Stark, Jones and Coolart clear 2 metres. So we're now at 205 and we have 5 jumpers in this competition. And we're going to stick with the high jump for a fair while because we've got plenty of competition in store. Here's Stark, Oceania record holder in the high jump. So Brandon Stark with a very, very successful clearance of 205. 3-time Olympian. There's the Kiwi. Coolart. Under 20 jumper from New Zealand. A personal best of 211. And we've got a few more that have passed. So the bar is now changing to 210. So we still have 5 competing. So we've got 3 Australians in this final. We mentioned Brandon Stark before. Oceania record holder in the high jump. He cleared 236. 2018 Comms Games gold medalist. Australian high jump champion. 5 times. 3-time Olympian, including Paris. So this is a great opportunity for anyone local to see an Australian Olympian for free. We've also got Yul Reith, who's also competed very successfully in Diamond Leagues, coming in second in 2025. 2025 competitor in the Golden Grand Prix in Tokyo, but here's Stark. Stark at 210 and clears that pretty comfortably as well. No surprises with that at all. Jumped 223 towards the back end of last season. Yeah, he's got plenty of height there. Area record, national record. Plenty of honours next to his name. 5th in Tokyo. Plenty of Diamond League wins as well. So, of course, national champions. Cool all. He's missed his first attempt there at 210. So 23 years of age, the New Zealander has a personal best of 2:11 that he jumped in February very recently. Got Hugo Jones, the second Kiwi competing in this competition. Personal best of 2:07. And he's starting on, we cleared 2, then he passed 2:05, thinking we're just going to go straight to 2:10. But the personal best of 2:07, and he's jumped it a few times. If he clears this height, this will be his personal best. Anastasios, 2026 national champion for Australia. This is going to be his first jump of this competition at 2:10. And look, makes that look pretty easy, doesn't he? So we could be here for a long night because Anastasios' personal best is 2:25. Reith, who's up next, is at 2:30 and Stark's at 2:36. So we still could have quite a few jumps to come. Here's Reith. Oh, look, he nailed that one pretty comfortably as well. Flex to the crowd. So he'll be progressing to 2:15 pretty easily. Yes, plenty there. So we've got the 2 Kiwis that we've got to come. So second attempts here at 2:10. For the New Zealander. And not successful with that one either. So 2:11 is his personal best we mentioned before. In terms of recent results, he did jump it in February, but he's been hovering around that 2:05 for the last couple of months. Here's Jones. "19 years of age. For 2:07 is his personal best. He equaled that in January. Jumped it in 2024. Again earlier on. Hasn't cleared 2 meters since. Until today. And he cleared 2 just before. Then he's decided to just go straight to 2:10. He's all in. Not successful either, so you can see that crowd is starting to build on that back hill for this men's high jump. The crowd has continued to build as the day goes on, as everyone's finished for the day. You can tell the steeplechase is on because everyone is trying to get the best photo of the runners getting into the water. Look at them there. Yep, you want the best shot here. There it is. They're all desperate to get the absolute best one. So we're back here at the men's high jump for the final attempts for our two Kiwi jumpers. And just didn't get that run up quite right. So he's got a bit of time. We've got a bit more attention happening at the water of the steeplechase here. So we've got two more competitors to clear 2:10. And he's done it. He has cleared 2:10. And that is a big sign of relief for the New Zealander. Very, very tight. We're going to head our way back to the steeple, aren't we? This is Hugo Jones. I mentioned before his personal best of 2:07. So if he clears this, this will be a personal best for him by a few centimetres. Cleared 2. Now having an attempt at 2:10. Be a great day for him if he can clear it. Oh, and he's just missed it. Yeah, he's just missed it. I reckon it might have been the legs at the back end that have clipped it. Yeah, look up the calf. That's just clipped it on the way through. So he ends his competition, and now we're down to 4. 3 Australians and a New Zealander. And the bar is going to be lifted to 2 meters 15. Just checking that now. Great angles on being able to show you exactly how they measured the height of the high jump bar. Certainly don't see that every day. So this is Roman Anastasios. Very comfortable at 2:10 that he cleared. National champion. Cleared 2:20 not a month ago. In fact, the 3 Australian competitors who were here this afternoon were in fact 1, 2 and 3 in that national championship. Anastasios, the 2:20, Reith with a 2:16 and Stark with 2:12. Here's Stark. And he's cleared that one very well. So Stark has jumped 4 times and has been successful all 4 times, and he clears 2:15. So he betters his result that he jumped only a short while ago. He's the New Zealander. And the first unsuccessful result. Now, his personal best is 2:11, so if he clears this 2:15, he will have jumped a personal best. Now we've got Anastasios. Consistency of him has been really good with some good progression. Cleared 2:18 in the Victorian State Championship. And then a week later, 2:18 at Moree Plant. And then won the Australian Championship clearing 2:20. And then competing up on the Gold Coast in April at the Uni Games with a 2:24. And he's just missed that first one. And I don't think he's particularly satisfied with how that went. Yeah, there's a bit that happened there. So this is Reith. The third of the Australians competing. His previous jumping performance was a 2:16. And over a couple of days ago, planning to jump in Tokyo. And now he's here clearing the bar, and very well done to pass 2:15. He was the Australian that competed over in the Golden Grand Prix a few days ago. He clears 2:15. He's done that a few times. Cleared 2:16 at the Australian Championships, 2:15 at Moree Plant, and 2:18 at the Adelaide Invitational. So getting pretty close to his personal best, which was in 2024, 2:30. So hasn't been around that mark for a little while. We have two with their second attempts. Here's the New Zealander. And not to be. So if you're joining us for the very first time and wondering what you're seeing on our screen, we've got the men's open high jump final. We've got 4 left in the competition. 2 have already cleared 2:15. Brandon Stark, Yul Reith from Australia. Roman Anastasios for his second attempt. Focus. And he's done it. Although he wasn't particularly happy with how he did it, sometimes you just got to get the job done. know if you could have cleared it much better than clearing over the bar and not knocking it. So, the final attempt. So we've got Coolort from New Zealand. He's trying to get the crowd involved here for his final attempt. So if he clears this, this will be a personal best, or getting close to it. And he's done it! He's absolutely stoked. A personal best, and has cleared 2:15. And look at this. What a magnificent performance. How good is that? Oh, he's absolutely stoked. That is a great performance from the Kiwi. Now he can soak it in. He took a big risk, and you can just see the emotion on his face. And the crowd just helping him get over the line. Oh, and he's just getting around some important people and some supporters. Oh, how good is that? This is what the sport is all about. He's just cleared 2:15 and has beaten his previous personal best by 4 centimetres. And the unfortunate part about that is that you now have to regroup and get back to it. You don't get a time to celebrate because we're already at 2:20. And Stark for his first attempt. And that one was not successful. Actually his first miss. As the first 4 of his jumps were pretty clear. So he's still up and about. He's absolutely stoked with what has just happened for him. And he's now having his first attempt at 2:20. So here's his first attempt at 2:20. Familiar territory for him. So here is Anastasios for his first attempt at 2:20 meters. Focusing on the job at hand. And a very, very successful jump there from the Australian. And he's cleared 2:20 meters. So he's pretty stoked with that. Second time he's cleared it in the last couple of weeks, given he cleared 224 a few weeks ago up on the Gold Coast. So here's Reith. And he made that look pretty easy as well, so he's up and about now. '25 World Champ finalist at his first World Champs. Tell you what, this is going to be quite the contest. Now we've got the three-time Olympian that has now got a bit of work to clear that 220. And that one, we jumped a little early there. You can just see just not comfortable at all with his starting point. So, yeah, now he needs to think about what the plan is. Brandon Stark. I would argue the more famous of the Stark brothers. Of course, the lesser known brother of Mitchell Stark. Depends on which world you live in. So here's the Kiwi. And wasn't feeling that. So he's given up a opportunity to try and clear 220 on an international stage. And we've got two left at 220. Brandon Stark. For those who are very familiar with the field world or a bit of a household name. For his third attempt. And unfortunately, he's not cleared it. So Stark will bow out at 220. And we're down to 3. Court from New Zealand for his final attempt to clear 2 meters 20. The clearance for him for 215 was probably one of the most emotional performances we've seen in this Oceania competition. And now he's getting the crowd involved. He believes in himself. Here we go. The final attempt. And he's just missed it. He's just missed it, but he ends his competition with a very successful result for him. He cleared 2 meters 15 and a 4 centimeter personal best. So we have 2 competitors left in the high jump, which is Yul Reith and Roman Anastasios from Australia. 223 is the next height. So we're back on the track for the final time before the big 100-meter final. This is the under 18 mixed 4x400 meter relay. So we've got a couple of New Zealand teams competing. French Polynesia, Australia in lane 3, Tonga and regional Australia, and Fiji in the field as well. So we love a relay. 4x4, so they're going to be doing a full lap. This is the under 18 mixed 4x400 metre relay. In lane 1, we have New Zealand. In lane 2, French Polynesia. In lane 3, Australia. In lane 4, Tonga. In lane 5, Regional Australia. In lane 6, Fiji. And in lane 7, New Zealand. That's our start list for the mixed 4x400 metre relay. So, I love a relay, and there's nothing more dramatic than some of the famous 4x400s that we've seen over the years, particularly the cluster that happens at the start-finish line when they change over. So 7 in the field. You run in the same lane for the first lap and then merge in the second. So we're underway. This is the mixed 4x400 metre relay. 2 teams from New Zealand, the B team in that first lane and on the outer side, and our current leader, and increasing their lead, is the New Zealand team out in lane 7. We've also got Australia moving through in lane 3. Regional Australia running very competitively in lane 5, but New Zealand maintaining that first position. We've got 4 laps of this 400 metres to go. Australia working their way into second and using that bend very strongly to their advantage. And all of a sudden, Australia has now moved into that first position and putting in a mighty fighting finish as we're about to see the first of the baton changes. And very clean from Australia. A couple of Kiwis to go. Here's Regional Australia and New Zealand. So far, very successful. And Australia with a very competitive lead. So we're now going to see the merge as they pass the cones, and here we go. So we have Australia in 1, New Zealand A in 2, New Zealand B in 3, Regional Australia in 4. So we'll try and do our best. The New Zealand team need to merge at some point. They're merging quite late as the Australians are just starting to increase that margin. The B team for New Zealand just starting to move into second spot. Williams running very well here for the Australian team. Very, very comfortable in that stride. Yeah, how fantastic is this? So the Australians are about to have the next of the baton changes, and another very smooth one. We've seen him run a few times before. So the Kiwis, so the second team and then the A team, are currently in 2 and 3. Then we've got Regional Australia, French Polynesia, Fiji and Tonga with a good baton change as well. But here's our Australian baton holder. We've seen him run already a few times, rooming meet record in the 400 yesterday, taking out the 200 earlier on, and now has to do another 400. And looking very comfortable. Is this Australian team out in that first place? Gee, there's some genuine talent that's going to be flooding through with our juniors. This is a very, very successful second run here. This is Bennett from Regional Australia, who's now moved into that third position and is about to move into second with a really amazing leg in the 400 and a good baton change. So the battle's going to be between New Zealand and Regional Australia in that second and third position. As we've got the Australian team, this is Carlson maintaining that margin. It's about 80 metres, I would say. Yeah, you can see there's plenty of gap from first to second. Gee, Carlson, a little worried there. The margin is quite comfortable. And he's running very fluently. And all she has to do now is just put in one massive finish. She will be taking out the 4x400 finish. Big, big finish. As we're about to witness a great time and a great result from the Australian team to take out the 4x4. And the New Zealand team coming through in second place with the Regional Australia team in third. New Zealand doing well there with their two teams, Fiji and French Polynesia, and Tonga rounding out the field. So 3:29.16. That's a magnificent run from the Australian team, and they've also broken the meet record, which was run by New Zealand 2 years ago. 3:37.98 for that second New Zealand team. Regional Australia very narrow with 3:39. And New Zealand B, Fiji, French Polynesia and Tonga rounding out that field. That was fantastic. See the final finish here from the Australian team. You can see the clock in the foreground. She's there. Few runners here. This is Tonga. And just seeing the conclusion of our runners here. So that is the conclusion of the 4x400, and we've got one big race left to come today, which is the men's 100-meter final, which is very, very close to the start. We're going to take a short break while we watch some of these athletes get warmed up. In fact, we're going to go straight to the start list. So here's our start list for the men's 100. So So 9 in this field, Johnny Malua, whistle from Papua New Guinea, Josh Azzopardi, Jai Gordon, Jackson Rowe, Tian Welpton, Hayato Yonito, Rylan Noom, Leroy Dempsey. Be our finalists. So 10.19 high is what Joshua Azzopardi ran to get to the final, which was agonisingly close to our meet record. The meet record was run in 2022 by Jake Doran. And I reckon that's under absolute genuine threat here this afternoon. So really good, strong performances with a lot of these 100-meter finalists that are here. Joshua Azzopardi, we mentioned before, he's the reigning champion, 2024 Oceania champ with a 10.33, so he's already bettered that. 2025 World Indoor Champion semi-finalist, 2025 World Champs Tokyo competitor, Paris Olympian in 2024. Jackson Rowe, good up-and-coming sprinter, and certainly looking to push further forward in his career. Tian Welpton, New Zealand record holder, 10.10 was his best in Auckland of February 2025. It's a big push for him to target that sub-10. Personal best of 6.50 in the 60 metre, so about to get ready with the start of the 100 metres. So we're just waiting on presentations. So we mentioned before, as a party, had the faster of the seeded times, 10:19. Rowe with a 10:36. A 10:42 with Whistle from Papua New Guinea. Now, he's also right next to as a party as well, so he's going to continue to really progress this along. This is the start list for the men's 100 metre final. In lane 1, from Samoa, Johnny Malua. In lane 2, from Papua New Guinea, Pace Whistle. In lane 3, from Australia, Joshua Azapati. In lane 4, from Australia, Jai Gordon. In lane 5, from Australia, Jackson Rowe. In lane 6, from New Zealand, Tian Welpton. In lane 7, from New Zealand, Hayato Unito. In lane 8, from New Zealand, Rylan Noom. And lane 9, from regional Australia, Leroy Dempsey. This is the start list in the men's 100 metre final. So here we go, the final track event for today. So we've got the 3 Australians, the 3 Kiwis. Great representation with regional Australia on the outer side, and then we've got Papua New Guinea and Samoa. So we watched the women's 100 yesterday. A terrific big time and a terrific result from the Kiwi. Now we're about to watch the men's 100. And we're underway as a party with a really clean start. Welpton and Rowe. We've got Whistle on that inner side, who's putting in a mighty performance again as a party. As a party's kicking through. Has he done it? I think he has. That is a very, very tight finish. And we're just waiting for those results. There it is, as a party, 10:21. I tell you what, Joshua as a party will be having a big party tonight, being the fastest 100. Jackson Rowe, 10:26. Welpton, 10:30 from New Zealand. On that outer lane, Whistle from New Guinea and Gordon, Malua, Noom and Dempsey rounding out the field. And Unito from New Zealand. But as a party, was the Oceania champion in 2024, and he maintains that position. Look at the start there. Rowe really good, and Whistle on that inner side. And as a party, just fully focused. And look, absolutely means a lot to him to go back-to-back here in the men's 100 metres. So for those who have now just joined us, we're now moving our attention to the field. So just to give an update, got the Kiwi in Coololton, Stark bowing out at 2:20, Anastasios bowed out at 2:23. And now we've got Reith, who cleared 2:28. And is now about to clear 2:31. So If he clears 2:31, this will be a personal best for him. So Reith, he's the 2024 Oceania champion, cleared 2:28. So he's equaled the previous Oceania performance. Now, the other thing too, if he clears 2:31, we have a new meet record. So if we clear this, we have a new meet record. 2019 was when that was jumped by the Kiwi. So 2:31. 2:31 will be his personal best, and it will also be a new meet record. He is there. Got a bit of extra time towards the back end of competition, being the final jumper. So he's already jumped higher than anything that he's jumped already in 2026. He cleared 2:22 at the Perth Track Classic in February. He's cleared 2:28. Looks like there could be a little bit of cramp there. Hopefully that's all good. So, see how we got here for Reith. Mentioned before, 2:22 in the Perth Classic. Jumped 2:18 at the Adelaide Invitational and 2:15 at Moree Plant. Much completed most of the Australian Summer Series. Second place in the National Championships behind Anastasios. The 2:16 and the first attempt at 2:31. Mentioned before, this will be a personal best and a meet record. Here's Reith. And not successful on the first attempt. Looks like the shoulder got in the way there, so he'll regroup. Back. So the first attempt not successful. So World Athletics Championships, September of 2025. Cleared 2:25. Then 11th in the final for 2:20. And for a lot of the back end of 25, there was a lot of low to mid 2:20s. Getting the crowd involved. This will be an absolute breakout performance. He can get this over the line. Could be one of the great moments. Oh, not really sure what to say to that. I need to frantically try and find his javelin stats by the look of things. Yep. Yeah, he wasn't too comfortable at all there. Yeah, grin on his face. So be the final jump of the competition if he's not successful, but we all very much hope that he is. Going on here, talking to a few of the officials, and he's shaking hands, so I reckon he's passed it. So he's called it an end, and that's a great shot, isn't it? So, isn't that fantastic? So there's our winner of the men's high jump. That is Reith. So 2:28 was what he cleared. Anastasios will come in second place there. And then Stark with 2:15 to round out. So I reckon one of the most emotional moments of the day was Coolort from New Zealand, who was absolutely emotional with that 2:15 that he jumped. And as the sun sets on day 3 here at the Arafura Stadium, we've witnessed again the very best of Oceania athletics, incredible performances, unforgettable moments and stories that will live long after these championships are over. From records being broken to lifelong dreams being realised, it's been a privilege to share these moments with all of you across the region and around the world. For me personally, this is where my journey at these championships come to an end. I just wanted to say a big thank you to all of the athletes, coaches, officials, volunteers, and this tech team here in Darwin, and to everyone watching at home, wherever you are. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of something really special in these championships. Sport has a remarkable way of bringing people together, and over these last few days we've seen the real passion, pride and spirit of Oceania shine brighter than ever. I'm Lindsay Gunn, and it's been a true privilege and honour to bring you the action from the 2026 Oceania Championships. Thank you for joining me, and enjoy the rest of these incredible championships over the next few days. Bye for now.
Ain't nobody gonna keep us down, keep us down.
The world awaits the first ever Ultimate Championship.
Let's go, baby!
And a home crowd roaring them on.
The world's best athletes brought together to settle the debate once and for all.
At the Ultimate Championship, there's no room for mistakes.
To be Ultimate Champion, that sounds pretty good to me.
This is the greatest we have ever seen.
Call yourself a world champion. Prove that you're the ultimate.
A brand new must-see championship.
There can only be one Ultimate